Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you. How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the
the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Having a brand that resonates with so many people across the world is truly a phenomenon. But being the face of that brand that empowers people is something that I don't take for granted. It's actually way bigger than me. But it's when I hear those stories of what people had to overcome, that is what our brand is about. Resilience, persevering, and not giving up. Physically, mentally, or spiritually.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Eartha Watts Hicks. I am a PR writer and affiliate for blackpr.com. I am the CEO of Earthatone Enterprises, Earthatone Books. I'm also a longtime member of the Harlem Writers Guild and executive editor at Harlem World Magazine. So those who know me know I'm affiliated with Harlem. The Black Business Network is doing a Black Business Network Black Literary Olympics this week, and I am grateful to be a part of it and grateful to bring audiences to Black writers and Black authors and to introduce these Black authors and Black writers to larger audiences. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, cities all over the United States. Excuse me, just needed to clear my throat. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate Black businesses about business. And I am your next speaker. Now, I have been writing since officially since I was 11 years old, but that doesn't count because I officially count my first day of writing of August 19th, 2001, which is when I began writing Love Changes. And Love Changes is a novel that took me, I would say 13 years of writes and rewrites because there were 3 drafts of it. First draft took me 5 years, and then it took me about another 5 years to do 2 more drafts and to go through the editing process and then gain permissions to quote song lyrics. And that's permission from 18 music publishers to quote 3 popular songs: Mary J. Blige's Be Happy, Keep On Moving by Soul to Soul, and Same Place, Same Time by Crystal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up by reading an excerpt from Love Changes. The novel Love Changes was set in 1995, and to give you a brief synopsis, it is a very fun, and I call it very fun because life and love is strange. It's difficult, it's challenging, but it's also fun. So it's a love triangle set in 1995 involving a lady with a baby, the father of her baby, and her high school lifelong best friend. So it's an interesting mix of Black culture, Black music, and our issues that we face as we're transitioning from high school, college into parenthood and adulthood. And this is my first book, baby, and I say that with all pride. And I'll go straight in. I could talk to Ramel about anything. What I loved most about him was, unlike my sister, he didn't repeat a word I said to anyone else, not even the deep stuff. So when he picked up, I don't even think I gave him a chance to open his mouth. I said, "Can we switch mothers?" Dawn told her about the keys, huh? I know Ramel thought I was stupid for telling her. Dawn's mouth was bigger than her behind, but with all of my girlfriends out of state and me with no long distance carrier, who else would I call about girl stuff? Mommy? I sucked my teeth. Are you a psychic friend? Nah, my advice is free. Next time, save yourself the trouble. Tell your mom from the get-go like I suggested. Whose side are you on? Chocolate, when it comes to you and your family, I blow the whistle and wear the stripes. Now, hold on. I have someone else on the other line. The phone line clicked twice, but the call switched back to me. Ramel's voice had turned to syrup. Yeah, Cosma. Like I was saying, I feel real bad. I really do, because you and I have a lot of fun together, but I've got to be honest. We don't have much in common, so I guess I cut Ramel off, doing my best to imitate his voice, but sounding more like Cookie Monster. It's best that we just be friends. I got a chuckle out of him, so I kept it up. The last thing I want to do is waste your time. I still like us to hang out once in a while, if that's okay with you. I closed by saying, and the Oscar goes to. Ramel's voice was just above a whisper, but it had bass. That combination could lull me right to sleep or wake me up from it. Even though I didn't sound a bit like him, I knew I had the script down cold because he was still laughing when he said, "Trust me, Chocolate, if I ever gave you something stiff, bare naked, and about that size, it won't be an Oscar. Now knock it off. She won't buy it unless I'm composed." I never bought into any of his flirting. Ramel and I were just friends. Actually, Ramel was my closest friend, an investment banker, big, built, and bald, brown and dimpled, but he was a mess. Not only did he collect women like he did luxury timepieces, he remained unattached and had absolutely no time for sisters. He even had the nerve to have very specific tastes. His type was blue-eyed, with big lips, hips, boobies, and black girl booty, courtesy of Stairmaster. Ramel was back on the line with me sooner than I expected. Okay, what's the story? Do you want the whole story or the abbreviated version? The truth, Chocolate. Don't add any plot twists or cliffhangers. Just tell me what happened. I know how you are. Well, first of all, Mommy shows up here unannounced and uninvited. She didn't even bother to say hello, right? She just pushes past me, grunting and complaining. You look tired. This place is disgusting. And I'm trying to be nice. I'm like, "Hi, Mommy, you look great. Would you like something to drink?" She ignores me, walking all up through here like she owns the place, turning her nose up at everything. Okay, that's nothing new. Wait. Let me finish. It gets better. She snatches Tebow from me and starts yelling. "He looks horrible. What kind of mother are you? You ain't doing nothing for his rash." And then she starts calling Spider all kinds of broke bums while she's holding my baby. So I try to take him to put him in the room, and Mommy snatches him from me, and we are having a tug of war with my baby. Tebow was screaming at the top of his lungs. Finally, I pry him from her vice grip, take him back in the room and calm him down. I come back and Mommy starts shaking me like I'm a 2-year-old, pointing in the mirror saying, "Look at you, you're busted. Ain't no man ever gonna want to marry you. I don't know why I wasted my money on your education. You ain't nothing but a fool." And then she hauls off and slaps me. Whoa, time out. Ramel whistled. "Chocolate, that's foul." What? You think I'm lying? I know you're lying. I'm just trying to find the nugget of truth in this gold mine of yours. I'm telling the truth, Ramel. Mommy slapped me right in my face. No way. What did you say to her for real? Nothing. I was going out of my way to be nice. All I said to her was that she looked good, and I asked her if she wanted something to drink. That is it. Mommy went nutty cuckoo for no reason. I'm lucky she ain't bruised my face. Why don't you come over here so I can kiss your boo-boo? I don't know where your lips been. You and that mouth. Now, I know you said something to your mom. I'm sorry. I'm upset. Can't you tell I'm upset? She slapped me, Ramel, and that's not all. When I told Mommy I gave Tebow Spider's last name, she really went ballistic. She flipped my glass table over and almost broke it. Why would his last name upset her like that? I promised Mommy that he would have our last name until Spider and I got married. Okay, so why doesn't he? Because of you. Doesn't it sound familiar? I'm having a baby and I'm naming him to buy a love. You can't buy love, Ramel laughed. He stopped, and a few seconds later, he repeated himself. You can't buy love, and laughed even harder. Hello, I'm dying here. Just as I said that, Tebow stirred in his cradle, tightening his little fist and scrunching his diapered bottom. I peeked over. He didn't wake. Sad to say, but Tebow was used to noise. Because I tend to get loud at times, he wasn't a loud sleeper, but now I knew the volume was getting too loud for him. I took a deep breath, held it in for a moment, and then continued. Don't you get it, Ramel? I'll be 26 years old. How would you feel if your mother barged into your apartment and slapped you up? that made him burst out all over again. This time I understood. That thought was ridiculous. Mrs. Goodwin wouldn't smack a roach off the wall, but still, waiting for his laughter to die down, I was getting aggravated. Are you done? Okay. Maybe your mom was extreme. But you know as well as I do, Miss Ann, she has the gift of gab. She tells it like it is. I'm sure if you think back on what she said, you'd realize she was right. Here's what you really need to do. I didn't hear a thing he had to say after that. I placed the receiver back in the cradle. It was the beginning of summer. That didn't matter. I dragged the heap of boots to my side, grabbed one of my ankle boots, and slapped some polish on it. Now, the premise of Love Changes was born out of just a thought that I had always had, a weird thought, or curiosity of, can a woman and a man be absolute best friends and it not spill over into romance? Like, how long can a woman and a man maintain a solid, rock solid, sincere connection in terms of friendship? And it just remained strictly platonic, strictly a friendship. Now, I know I've had tons of friends, male friends over the years, but I've always given distance to the friendship just out of respect of the fact that I'm female and they're male. Just giving them a little distance so not to cross any boundaries or there being any danger of crossing any boundaries. But the concept of Love Changes was born in that question of, well, can women and men be absolute best friends and it not spill into romance? And with that being the premise and the leading question, that inspired a lot of thoughts, along with the music that inspired me, which is Same Place, Same Time. One of the reasons why that song was so important to me, because I would reflect on that song. And that song kept me writing, and it kept me writing and it kept me inspired simply from the lyrics of the song. The song itself was written by Tina M. Scott, who was one of the singers in I believe it was a four girls in the group Crystal. So it was Tina M. Scott, who was the songwriter of the group Crystal. The producer was Leon Silvers. And there was also Glenn Barbie, who was a songwriter, and Pamela Olin. So it was a group of four songwriters who had written the song, 1986 song, Same Place, Same Time. And I reached out and I got permission to quote the song lyrics from the four of them. And even though Crystal was a singing group, 1986, they were pretty much like Climax, but they did a lot of ballads, and their ballads were beautiful and their harmonies were beautiful. So when I had left messages for Tina several times, Tina M. Scott, when she called me back, I was like a fangirl. It, because that was my favorite song for years. So when she called me back, I was so excited that to this day, I remember exactly where I was when I answered that call. I was standing outside of Pathmark Supermarket on 125th Street when it was still there when she called. And I had to take a pause and have this conversation standing on the corner of 125th Street. So thank you, Tina M. Scott. Tina is on TikTok, so we follow each other on TikTok. And, out of all the vocalists and all the singers and all the groups and all the songs, Crystal is still one of my favorite groups. Tina is still one of my favorite singers, vocalists, entertainers, and she's amazingly generous and kind. And I'm grateful for her and how she supported me in the writing of Love Changes with the use of the song lyrics from the song Same Place, Same Time. And I'm also grateful in how she supported me in helping me to connect to the other songwriters and publishers to get permission to quote the song lyrics. Now, to read my next section. The next section is speaks to more to the relationship of Mia and Ramel, in that Ramel is an investment banker and Mia is a brand new mom. You know, she did not graduate college. Instead, she got pregnant and left. So now she's a new mom and she's seeing the opportunities materialize for her friend that remained in college, got his degree, earned his master's, and now he's doing very well for himself. And they both grew up neck and neck, you know, in the sense that they were both high achieving students, but, you know, she allowed love to distract her from her course, and he remained focused on what his initial goal was, what his primary goal was. So that happens to a lot of women, you know, especially in the music business. We see a lot of careers of women musicians get sidetracked because they have a baby. Not everyone can have a baby and return back on stage and do what they do, especially new artists, you know, artists that are in their first and second, third year of joining any industry, not just music, any industry. You know, women get sidetracked by family, which is why we don't scale as fast and as furious as some of our male counterparts. Some women can, and those women who do, they're phenomenal, and they are phenomenon. So, you know, kudos to them. But let's go on to the section here. Ramel's passion was money and anything that had to deal with money. When he talked about it, his slanted eyes would glaze over and stare into space like he was talking about sex. He'd use that same voice he'd used macking, and words would just slide right off his tongue, licking, and all that. Of course, I tried staring at his shoes, usually those Botticelli Oxfords, anything to avoid eye contact, but I couldn't help but listen closer. So I closed my eyes and concentrate. Then I hear things like PE ratio, cash flow, and IPO. Once he went on and on about liquid assets and drips. It took me a good minute to realize this conversation wasn't kinky. The market was Ramel's passion. If he could make me uncomfortable just talking about it, there was no doubt in my mind that he would have his own damn door right on Wall Street. Ramel believed in himself, and just like Spider said, believing is half the battle. The question was whether or not that door would ever be available at his present firm. The only Black analyst there, Ramel, always arrived 2 hours early, never took a day off, never took a lunch, and absolutely hated taking personal calls. He usually asked me to meet him at 6 or 7 in the morning so that we could talk, like that was convenient for me. But even that was never a good time for him. The last time I dropped by was the Friday before I returned to work. I had Tebow strapped to my belly and was half asleep when I walked through the maze of cubicles to Ramel. He was hovered over quarterly reports, a copy of the Wall Street Journal, and a cup of coffee. Crunching numbers on his HP and his Excel spreadsheet. He was so absorbed in the process of picking those companies apart and comparing them that I was sitting there a whole 10 minutes sipping my smoothie before he said a word to me. To get his attention, I had to ask about stock. Doesn't this firm already provide you with a list? Ramel dropped his mechanical pencil and sat so straight. His spine met the back of his chair, and his starched shirt looked like it was on a hanger. He grabbed his throat. His solid gold bull and bare cufflinks glowed. They were probably 18 or 24 karat gold. And I noticed his French cuffs were monogrammed. With his mouth still closed, Ramel winced. What's wrong? I asked. My tongue is swollen and it hurts to talk. He had a Mike Tyson lisp. Why'd you eat nuts? Ramel shook his head. I kissed, he said, then swallowed. This time he winced so hard, I felt his pain. He grabbed his throat again and finished his statement. I kissed a friend of mine. She didn't tell me she ate peanuts. Before you go kissing these women, maybe you should ask, I said. Ramel stuck his tongue out at me. The top of it was white and had split, and the sides were red and puffy. Ew, you sure that's not the herpes? Ha ha ha, you're comical, he said. And when he closed his mouth, saliva gushed from the corner. Sorry, it hurts to swallow. You shouldn't be drinking anything hot. You need something cold to bring the swelling down. This might help. I took one last sip of my strawberry smoothie and held it out to him. Ramel shook his head. I wouldn't want to catch nothing. I gave him a dirty look. You'd be lucky to catch anything I've got. Now drink. He cut his eye at me, but took a sip anyway. Immediately, I saw relief in his face, so I said, stick your tongue out, all the way out. When he did, it almost reached past his chin, but was swollen the size of one of those tongues sitting in the supermarket's beef section. I reached into the diaper bag and pulled out the Ziploc bag of cotton swabs and baby Orajel. After squeezing a pea-sized amount onto a Q-tip, I held it up to his face only to have him dodge it. I nudged him. Will you trust me? I said. Ramel took a deep breath and opened his mouth. I then rubbed the baby Orajel on the top and sides of his tongue. That's an anesthetic, I said, screwing the cap back on. I could tell the exact moment that stuff took effect because Ramel said, ooh, and started smiling. I could kiss you, he said in his normal voice. He then went on to explain his business. My firm's been around since before the crash. We're one of the most prestigious, but here we recommend the blue chips. Blue chips? Stocks from companies with a history of steady growth like IBM, Apple, and Intel. Okay, well, what's wrong with blue chips? Chocolate. I'm into wealth building. Now he sounded like Tony Robbins. I could push their turtles, but I'm not afraid of risks. I manage them. How? I offset the risk of the .coms with the blue chips, but mainly I keep a close watch on IPOs and other trends in the technology industry. My picks always see unprecedented growth. This firm has a legacy to protect. I'm the only black face at this level, but I produce like a machine, closing every quarter with record numbers. That's why they pay me the big bucks. But they can't hold me back forever. Nah. The way I see it, computer prices keep dropping. Soon there'll be one in every home. These internet and software companies keep popping up. Soon I'll be the one raking it in, buying the jets and the yachts. I can just feel it. Staring straight ahead, Ramel took this deep breath that made his whole body swell. And then he said, if nothing else, I'm diligent. If I keep on my grind in no time at all, I won't have to settle for the trickle down. I could retire comfortably and never have to work another day in my life, right? He looked at me. I shrugged. You're asking the wrong person. I'm a coupon clipper. Now, one of the things that I was passionate about doing with Love Changes is addressing the disparities, but in the form of weaving it into the story. So the Ramel character, as talented and as brilliant as he is, he's facing job discrimination, which was very, very popular for those of us who were college educated in the 1990s. And I brought that, to the surface with the Ramel character, or through the Ramel character. And the Mia character is actually, they're both sort of flip sides of the same coin, so to speak, and that they were both out of the projects in the South Bronx. They were both educated very well. One character was diligent, determined. He found his way to success, but he's facing the glass ceiling. Another character got sidetracked just by her desire to have a fairy tale romance, even if that fairy tale wasn't real. She's still craving it. She's still craving marriage. She grew up in a single parent household, so she wants what she didn't have. So that's what I tried to do with the two characters and their dynamic. Now, Love Changes won an award from the NYCHA, New York City Housing Authority branch of the NAACP. And It was recommended summer read by the New York Amsterdam News, and it was endorsed by Nikki Giovanni, who mailed me a postcard from Aruba. And I'll quote Ms. Nikki Giovanni as she said, "Imagine my pleasure and surprise when I get to page," I'm going to say 163 because the version I'm reading from, this version is the larger print edition. So in the version of Love Changes that actually looks more like this, which is the complete revised edition, Is There Enough of Me to Go Around? It's on page 140. And that's a variation of that copy is what she had. So her actual postcard said, "Imagine my pleasure and surprise when I get to page 140 and saw me. Love Changes is wonderful, perfect for the beach. When I sit in the sun, I read." And I remember getting that postcard, opening it up because it was on the most beautiful stationery, and it was a handwritten note. And once I read who it came from, I got lightheaded and I had to like stand against the building to hold myself up because I was such a fangirl of Nikki Giovanni. So for those of you who are not familiar, no, I'm gonna say it this way because most of us know who Nikki Giovanni is. Excuse me, but if the only poem you know of Nikki Giovanni is Ego Tripping, go out and buy some Nikki Giovanni books. If you are trying to write poetry, go out and buy all of Nikki Giovanni's books. The fact that she was writing the way that she was writing in the 60s and 70s it amazes me more now than it did growing up because I didn't understand the difficulty. I didn't understand how revolutionary what she was doing was. I didn't understand all the different spaces where she was given conversation to Black poetry, Black art, Black writing. I didn't understand that she was a regular on Like It Is. When I used to watch Like It Is, and if I'm not mistaken, it used to be on Channel 5. That was one of those shows that I would see Black people sitting in chairs talking to each other. But as a child, that was the most boring thing in the world to me, seeing grown-ups sitting in a room talking to each other. And I would try to watch Like It Is and I would fall asleep. So I had no clue. Miss Nikki was a poet, was an author, had several books published. You know, I would just see Black people in conversation with afros. And as a child, I had no clue what was going on or what they were talking about. And I didn't understand what they were talking about. And I'm going to go, just now thinking about it, I'm going to go to YouTube and see if I can find any of that footage on Like It Is to see what those conversations mean to me now, because those were deep, intense conversations of Black people who were prominent, who were accomplished, who were in positions of influence, speaking about oppression, racism, glass ceilings, those issues about being Black in America and being just dealing with the inadequacies and the racial disparities that we were facing, which were probably, no, not even probably, forget I said probably. The racial disparities that we faced in the 1970s had to have been 10 times worse than what we're facing now. Because, right, the same stuff that we're dealing with now is the same stuff that we were dealing with back in the 70s, but back in the 70s, it was more concentrated. It was more out in the open. And in order to offset it, we had to be more revolutionary. So go back. I'm going to go back and see if there's any Like It Is footage on YouTube, and I'm going to look for it. And I hope those who are interested in that kind of material go and look for it as well. I'm going to read another section, and that's the section where that Miss Nikki was speaking about. Ramel, would you believe last night I was singing and Spider almost had a fit? Your singing has that effect on people. I suck my teeth. not because of my singing. Because of this internship at the record label, Spider believes paying attention to the songs a person sings tells you what's on their mind. So, on top of everything else now, I've got to watch the songs I sing around Spider. According to him, the songs I sing show what's on my mind or will manifest themselves some kind of way. That reminds me of something my mother said. My mom actually wants you to call her. How does that remind you of Mrs. Goodwin? She says secular music corrupts the spirit. That's why she only listens to spirituals. Well, I disagree with Mrs. Goodwin too. I love me some R&B music. That's fine. I'm not asking you to agree with her. I'm telling you to call her. Okay, I'll call your mother. I heard you last night. Yeah, but last night your mind was on Spider Snyder. How did everything turn out? It turned out to be nothing. He explained, I listened, he went out, I got mad and wrote another poem in my journal as usual. Well, let me hear a few lines. I'll tell you what I can remember. It took a moment for it to come back to me, but I recited, press on, just keep pressing on. It's just a matter of time. When you think you've taken all you can take, don't give up. You must continue to strive. It's a privilege of God to be alive. Keep the faith. Things will be okay. It's just a matter of time. Wow. Keep it up. Maybe one day you'll turn into another Nikki Giovanni or Maya Angelou. I shook my head. I love ego tripping and I like to consider myself a phenomenal woman, but I can honestly say my ink on paper will never be that good. Don't say that. You don't know what'll happen after you take a few classes. I suck my teeth. What about your inner James Baldwin? I don't see you signing up for any classes. I don't have time. The time has come for us to secure our proper place in society because we too are entitled to prosperity. Pursue our dreams, whatever they are. Once we make that decision, a little drive will take us far. Tomorrow's reality was yesterday's vision. He laughed to himself. How could I not? That was part of my, remember that? He laughed to himself. How could I not? That was part of my high school valedictory speech. I'm surprised you remember. You should follow that advice, Ramel. What do you mean? All jokes aside, you should start circulating your resume. And as far as the excerpts, I'm going to stop there. And one thing I loved about the dynamic between the Mia and Ramel characters that they always encouraged each other to step out and step into a better future for themselves. And even now with my closest friends, male and female, that's what we do. We encourage each other to take the next best step. And that's what friendship is about. And that's what Black friendship is about. And that's what life is about, especially those that I know, those that I've been friends with for years and years and years. So with Love Changes, even though I wrote the novel and it was a labor of love that took me 13 years, I would say. No, it was actually 12 years because I started in August of 2001 and I actually published it in May of 2013. And that was the first edition of Love Changes, published May of 2013. That process involved my best friend, Karen, who was the one who encouraged me to start my own publishing company. I had an agent, and because no one knew my agent, the publishing industry was all about relationships. Agents have relationships with editors. Editors are part of mainstream publishing houses. They, based on a relationship with the agents would prioritize the manuscripts that they read. Anything else would go to somebody, lower on level of one of their assistants. I'll just say it that way. So with me having an agent that nobody knew, Love Changes was the manuscript that sat on the corner of the editor's desk that never really got read. It just wound up in the slush pile. So we were sending these manuscripts everywhere. And I'm going to tell you something real personal. To facilitate the process and make it a little bit smoother with the agent that I had, I was printing out the manuscripts and sending them to her in fancy boxes. And then I was printing them on fancy linen paper. So, and it was like a 450-page manuscript. So every time we submitted one of the manuscripts and sent it to one of those agents, and then it was shipped by FedEx or whatever, it was costing me a pretty penny on fancy paper in a linen box with linen paper. And it was the most perfectly typeset manuscript ever with the perfect cover letter, all in this gorgeous navy blue linen box. The only thing it didn't have was a bow on it. But I'm thinking that the fancy box was going to get the editors to open it, and I was getting no response, zero. And I chose my agent because I had, I probably pitched 40 different agents, and I was getting rubber stamp letters. So I was getting rubber stamp letters. And there was one agent, a Black agent that I had met while I was participating in the advanced fiction workshop of the Hurston Wright Foundation. And they had first of all, that was the most, to this day, and I've been, in the writing realm since 23 years. I don't want to reveal my age, but 23 years I've been in the writing community. But to this day, the agent panel they had at the Hurston Wright Foundation, one of the agents being Shoshana Crichton, they broke it down in the sense of what agents actually look for in accepting manuscripts and accepting clients, Black authors as clients. And what they were looking for were awards, where were they present in literary reviews, what their relationships are, how they can leverage their network to further enhance sales, because those are the bargaining chips that give them better deals in the publishing houses, in addition to talent. So it's not just, hey, I'm a talented writer, here's my talented writing, hey, represent me. No, in addition to the talented, brilliant writing, they want to know, what else are you doing on the business side of the industry that's going to foster and facilitate the growth of your sales? And Shoshana Crichton had spelled that all out for me beautifully and was very honest. And when I sent her the manuscript, part of what made Love Changes hard to place, and she told me very honestly, was that I was very stuck on Love Changes, the novel, being a novel with a music soundtrack, because I was an aspiring songwriter before I wrote Love Changes, which is also one of the reasons why I had decided to track down and request permission from every songwriter so as not to violate and not to overstep. I went through the whole process the way it was supposed to be, with the licensing and permissions, so with me, most of the storyline being loosely based on a song catalog that I had developed, I was determined to make it a novel with a music soundtrack. So ultimately, I self-published. I did it myself. I did the cover design, interior layout and design. I did the and I released. I wasn't able to release a full music soundtrack like I had intended. I released one song, which is on YouTube. You can look it up. It's called Baby You're the Only One for Me, which was featured in just about every marketing video or reel that I had done on Love Changes the Novel. Baby, you're the only one for me, and that's the number 4. Now, to get this version of Love Changes, you visit www.tinyurl.com / see these words right here, larger print edition, because this is the larger print edition of Love Changes. So it's www.tinyurl.com / larger print edition. I am Eartha Watts Hicks. You can Google me to find me, and I'm all across social media at Eartha Tone. And I thank Dr. Eric Kelly. I thank the Black Business Network, and I'm grateful for what he does with this platform to support Black businesses, Black business owners, Black experts. And it's mind-boggling how many Black experts are willing to share the nuances of their experience on this network. And I am inviting Black authors who are interested in sharing the nuances of their experience on this platform. I invite you to join me, follow me, comment in the thread, reach out to me in my inbox. Now, that's the kind of DM I wouldn't mind accepting. I want to be on the Black Business Network, Eartha. I'll be like, sure, I'll give you the information. Thank you. It's really that simple. So I want to say thank you again. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Expo. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpo.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App. That's the QR code on the screen right in the corner. Or you can just simply enter $BBXUSA to make a donation. And I'll repeat that. You can enter $BBXUSA in your Cash App search window, $BBXUSA, to make a donation. Our goal is to give laptops, and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we'll accept $5, $10, $20, $11, whatever you feel comfortable with. If you feel comfortable giving up that cup of coffee in Danish this morning to make that donation to the Black Business Expo, we feel comfortable enough to accept it in honor of our scholarship fund. So we want to remind you, every dollar counts, every dollar matters to us, because we're going to put it to good use. Join us and donate to the scholarship fund. Also, please, 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 subscribe, like this video. And if you like how I'm doing this video, you can leave a little comment. I appreciate that. And we also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for February of 2024. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Suppliers Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melaine Shiny Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car.
Wow.
I nearly lost it all.
Wow.
When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wallace.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Passion has been around helping communities of color and historically underrepresented and underserved communities, minority, rural, veterans, persons who are differently abled, in the intersection of education, innovation, technology, industry, and let's throw some entrepreneurship in there just for fun. More around innovation, incubators, accelerators. I love the idea of going from innovation to commercialization.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say, a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius.
Are you an innovative entrepreneur or business owner ready to embrace the future of business transformation?
The world is evolving at an unprecedented pace, and it's crucial to adapt and pivot towards success in this dynamic landscape. We are dedicated to guiding you through this transformative journey, offering a comprehensive suite of services that extend beyond the metaverse and 3D immersive experiences.
Our mission is to empower businesses and brands by assisting them in building, branding, systemizing, and automating their operations. We specialize in steering businesses from a two-dimensional existence to a thriving three-dimensional presence, where opportunities abound.
We help businesses harness the power of technology to work smarter, not harder, enabling them to operate efficiently and stay ahead of the curve. Our diverse range of services includes:
Our Biz in a Box is a complete business solution package designed to jumpstart your entrepreneurial journey. From strategic planning to digital infrastructure, we've got you covered. Your one app, one tap solution.
Our Motion Work AI videos transform your brand storytelling with our cutting-edge AI-driven video production, captivating your audience like never before.
Our 3D VR environments will step you into the future of immersive experiences. With our custom 3D virtual reality environments that engage and captivate your customers.
Lastly, in our Pivot membership program, we offer tailored guidance and support to either show you, teach you, or take care of the transformation process for you.
According to a 2023 study by Fundera, a staggering 28% of small businesses in the United States do not have an online presence. This statistic underscores the importance of embracing digital transformation. Having a website is more than just an online presence, it's a gateway to unlocking numerous benefits, including reaching a broader audience, showcasing your products or services, generating leads and sales, establishing trust, providing customer support, and maintaining competitiveness within your industry.
The Hello LLC is committed to helping you excel in all these aspects of modern business, not just limited to the metaverse alone.
Why should you choose the Hello LLC to navigate this transformational journey?
By partnering with us and harnessing cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, reduce operational costs, and enhance brand recognition, all while working with a company that holds integrity in high regard. Our commitment to ethical and principled business practices ensures that your journey towards success is not only innovative, it is also firmly rooted in trust and transparency.
Don't wait. Take the first step towards a brighter business future. Contact us today to explore how we can support you in developing a remarkable digital presence and immersive experience that will leave a lasting impression.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Having a brand that resonates with so many people across the world is truly a phenomenon. But being the face of that brand that empowers people is something that I don't take for granted. It's actually way bigger than me. But it's when I hear those stories of what people had to overcome, that is what our brand is about. Resilience, persevering, and not giving up. Physically, mentally, or spiritually.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning. Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Eartha Watts Hicks. I am the CEO of Eartha Tone Enterprises and Eartha Tone Books. I'm also a PR writer and affiliate for blackpr.com, and I am your business moderator for this morning's Black Literary Olympics. Now, the Black Business Network is it's a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses and business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And we are grateful for the Black Business Network for giving us during Black History Month and this week of Black History Month an opportunity to offer the stage to Black authors, Black writers, Black agents, Black literary professionals, those of us in book publishing, the book publishing world. They are lending their platform to us this week and going forward. So we're looking forward to sharing these conversations on books and the book bans for our audiences so that we can know who these authors are who are creating phenomenal work and give them a broader audience as well. Our next speaker is one such writer who's an absolutely brilliant writer. I adore her work as I adore her. Her name is Ms. Judy C. Andrews. Now, Ms. Judy C. Andrews received a Master's of Arts degree in creative writing, English creative writing from the City College of New York. She's worked as a teacher, a freelance writer, an editor, and a presidentially appointed children's advocate. Her novel, An Ocean of Jewels, is available on Kindle and at your favorite bookstore. And she's also the author of A Gift to Treasure. Now, Miss Judy Andrews is currently working on a suspense work. She also does poetry. Her work of poetry is entitled The Gathering of Jewels. So check out her work. She's available all across social media. So you can Google her. You can look for her by name on Amazon. And you can get to know Miss Judy Andrews. And I now present to you Ms. Judy C. Andrews. Welcome, Judy.
Well, thank you so much for having me here. I hope you can hear me. I wasn't sure if the microphone was working.
Judy, as always, it's a pleasure to speak with you, and it's a pleasure to hear you speak on your work. And I'm really looking forward to you reading excerpts of your work. If you would feel comfortable doing your poetry or prose or both, I am all for it. But I would like for you to first tell us about your career as an educator and what that's meant to you, because I know you are passionate about children, about educating children and helping them to get the best of what life has to offer. So please tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I started as a teacher back in the 1990s. I've been a teacher for nearly 30 years in the New York City public schools. I've worked there with the belief that children can do anything if they put their mind to it. There were so many changes going on in education back then that I felt, that I could go into education in an idealistic way. And it wasn't until I got into the classroom that I realized, my goodness, this is really difficult. And we have, especially if you're in the inner city, we have a lot of children who are struggling, who are facing a lot of challenges. And that was back in the 90s and 2000s. Now that I am retired, yay, retired, I realized that there are even more substantial problems. America has an education problem, and it has to be addressed. Book banning is the new issue now in the education field. So many classic books have been banned, and the children them. And you cannot be afraid of the history of the United States. That is the fear. We have this original sin of the African American slave trade that has been prohibiting the learning of our children, our African American children. You know, I believe in 2020, the Associated Press put out a guidebook where they changed the word African American, the phrase African American, to Black, because they wanted to be inclusive of all ethnicities from different parts of the world who are considered Black. So now we have this new addition to the many names that we've been called, from the N-word to colored to Afro-American to African American, and now we have Black. But I still use African American because Black is not a country. Nigeria is a country. So I still use that, you know, and our children have to understand that there is a guide to the way life is meant to be enjoyed. And you can get that enjoyment from books, from learning, and go into the world proud. And one way to do that is to look at our history and to teach it. So, you know, we have to stop being afraid of the world that we are in now. It is a scary world, but we have to stop being afraid of teaching the history that is the truth. And the truth has been passed down, and it's up to us to reveal it. What I do find is that there is a lot of shame in slavery, in the area of slavery, but we have to also understand that our history does not begin with slavery.
Exactly.
I finished reading the wonderful book by Kwame Alexander, The Door of No Return. And he has this wonderful book that's on the book banning list. It's being banned. It's about a young boy who was, a child in Ghana. And it shows what happens when he has to face one of these doors of no return. I was in Senegal in 2014, and I experienced the door of no return. The door of no return is really an ideology about slavery and an experience about slavery and how the slave trade manifested throughout the different towns throughout the west coast of Africa. And on the west coast of these towns, there were the last places that many Africans actually saw before they were put onto ships leading to different parts of the world. So there's a door of no return in Dakar, Senegal. There's on Gorée Island. There's a door of no return in Ghana. There's a door of no return in Mali. Throughout the West African coast, there are different doors of no return. So our history doesn't start even with the door of no return. It starts all the way back thousands and thousands of years. You know, of course, there was the Woman King with beautiful Viola Davis, who gave us this wonderful story. She didn't give it, she portrayed a quote unquote woman king.
Well, I mean, I'm going to say this. Let me interrupt you one bit. I love the Woman King and I love Viola Davis, but I love me some work by Judy C. Andrews. So can you please give us an excerpt? Because my ears are itching for it, honey.
Yes, I could go all the way down because it's the teacher in me.
And you're passionate, which makes it wonderful, and it makes everything a full-bodied lesson because you understand the intricacies and the nuances. But I love how you weave it into your work. So please let us hear.
And I just want to say, if you're teaching English, you should also be teaching the culture, the literature of the culture, the literature of Africa. Whatever you're studying in the English classroom, you should be teaching the background information as well. So that's where the Africanness comes from, because we had a lot of that in our classes. I've written 3 books. I'm working on my 4th novel, which is the genre of suspense and mystery. The first book that I wrote is called An Ocean of Jewels. Jewels. And I have this fantasy about jewelry and diamonds. Of course, Valentine's Day is right around the corner. Valentine's Day is a great day to experience jewels. But this book is about a family of the Gullah people, a woman from the Gullah people who discovers her Gullah Geechee heritage. Gullah is a language as well as an ethnicity, an ethnic group, a group of people from the southern states of the United States, particularly Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina, where the people who make up 17 different ethnic groups of the African diaspora came to this country enslaved, and they pretty much developed their own culture and history. Well, this particular narrator in this book discovers her culture, but she didn't know about her culture because she was in foster care.
Gotcha.
And we have thousands of children in foster care who have no idea of their history or culture. Our children, our Black children, our African-American children from the African diaspora. So I wrote this book, which is a book of suspense. It's called An Ocean of Jewels. You can buy it at your favorite bookstore. And it is a mystery of how a woman discovers her culture. So I'll read an excerpt from the first chapter, because even though at the age of 29, she begins to look at her childhood, and she also looks at her life, because her father is now suffering from one of many ailments that African Americans are suffering from today, diabetes. And she's only 29 years old. It's 1999, and she's waiting for a call based on what's going on with him in the hospital. So I'll read I'll read an excerpt from that chapter.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
This is from chapter 1. The early times, old style Kentucky whiskey tasted good for breakfast. I took another sip as I worked on my third glass and reread a passage from an article my father wrote in a newspaper the year I was born. It was 5 o'clock, Christmas morning, 1999, and I waited. People, places, and things never really die because my mind holds them, but I'm not paying attention. Like gene pools or circles or photographs or connections to the beginning of my life. My hands danced across my face, wiping tears away as I read the last poem I'd written in my journal. After Blue Green went home to take care of business, making sure that I would not want for him. A prayer for my own healing. Birthdays have a way of making me pray. I observed photographs of my parents, myself, and a love letter my father had written me on the day I was born that I found hidden beneath my mother's mail on top of a dresser drawer when I was 8, and discovered the scent of Chanel No. 5 perfume on my fingertips. Last night, the hospital had called me before Blue Green had. My father's pressure had been dropping all evening. Daddy had been in a diabetic coma for the entire night. Waiting for death before my birthday when I was 12 gave me anxiety every birthday after that, because I was always waiting for a phone call telling me that someone had died. Well, me, for years, I've been waiting, only to find out that now, at age 29, I can't handle it. I placed the phone's receiver back on the machine anyway. I let the photographs and a love letter fill a cave in my soul, overflowing like the Gullah Geechee heritage of Georgia I owned, but had never learned. Inside the cave lived a dark mix that reminded me of tough roots, cypress forests, and peat moss that thrived on the shores of the Okefenokee Swamp, as well as the Ogeechee and Savannah rivers, that surrounded low country living. I never learned the language my mother and father spoke whenever they wanted to share a secret, whenever they didn't want me to know what they were talking about. That kept my father from sleeping in 1901. A murder that happened in his family just kept him in so much pain, but I didn't know what it was, and I was sure I needed to find out. But the language of photographs and a love letter kept appearing on the walls of the cave of my soul that had grown in my soul, along with the oak trees, especially on my 12th birthday, when my mother's sweet whispers of her love for me disappeared. That night, I learned the art of dancing people used to keep tears away, and I waited. So that is from my experience also growing up, watching foster children suffer, and being one of them and being able to be blessed by my ancestors and not know it. What people don't understand is your ancestors are always there, looking over you and guiding you and protecting you, along with God. And we have a rich history of this knowledge, but sometimes we just don't share it. So that book was inspired by scenes from my own life and from learning self-love and understanding that your family is very important. And when we see children acting out, it's usually because they don't have the foundation of family. And the foundation of family may have been obstructed. And also what we see in the African American community is a symptom now of what the African slave trade did to our ancestors and how it transferred to the new generations. So we have to overcome that in some way. But you know what is so remarkable? After all the horrors that we've been through, we are still here.
Amen.
Okay.
Amen. Yeah.
The second book that I'll read from is based on the subject of sex trafficking.
But let me pause. Pause just to interject. Your prose is breathtaking.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, I had great people to come after. I'm a member, of the Harlem Writers Guild. And the Harlem Writers Guild is a legendary organization. It is the only African American organization in the world still promoting the genius of African American authors. And I have had the blessed presence to experience people like John Henrik Clark, who was a founder of the Harlem Writers Guild, Grace F. Edwards, which you mentioned, was a mentor to many people, including myself. She was my second mother. I loved her. Walter Dean Myers, I had an opportunity to go to dinner, not with just him because he was married, but dinner with Howard, and nobody get the wrong idea now. But he was a wonderful author of more than 250 books for children. And Kwame Alexander reminds me a lot of him. We had Ruby Dee and Ozzie Davis, all of these great people in our lives. You would go, to parties and events and cultural events, and they'd be there. Terry McMillan, people who are extremely gifted authors. So today, the Harlem Writers Guild is carrying on that tradition with wonderful authors, wonderful people. And that was what's so different. It felt like being in a family, So that's how I got my journey for writing. I was invited into the Guild by Grace F. Edwards as well, back in the 2000s, before the 2000s. Let's just say I've been a member of the Guild for more than 30 years. So I've been with the Guild. I didn't publish my first book. This book, An Ocean of Jewels, was my debut novel, and that was published in 2006. The second book that I published was in 2019. And this book, for my publishing journey, I will tell you, if you're going to write like 400 or 500 pages, make sure you know what you're doing and you have a lot of people to support you, because it is a lot of work. And by the way, I want to give a shout out to you, Miss Eartha Watts Hicks, because you helped me in so many ways. You did the interior design of the book. I took this picture when I was in Cape Verde in 2014, which is one of the islands off the coast of Dakar, Senegal. And this was a picture of a young lady sitting at a club, and she was African, of course. And she thought, she probably wanted to be a model or something. So she just sat there as I took the picture thinking, oh, she must be a photographer. She's taking my picture. Let me pose. So she started to pose. So I took the picture and then I changed the image because I don't want to get sued. So I changed the image. And thank you, Eartha. I really appreciate the work that you did in helping me produce this book. It was self-published.
Also, if I could interject, because I did the layout and design work, but please shout out the genius behind that cover who lent his talent to designing that cover.
Yes, Ansel Pitcairn. Yes, Ansel is a beautiful artist. He's a brilliant artist. I took the picture because in Cape Verde, they use graffiti all over the streets. And when you walk down the street, you see graffiti everywhere. That's part of their art. So I took this picture. This was in a restaurant, and I took the picture. And then he just made it better.
Yes. And then he was so brilliant, so meticulous that his passion for art and cover art was inspiring. So shout out to artists and the illustrators that help us authors do the best representation of the works of our passion, because it's one thing to write a book and it's another thing to make that book look appealing for audiences to even notice it. Because nowadays, if the cover is not hot and popping, people won't even open it sometimes, or some readers won't open it. Literary people like us, we'll open the book once we hear a word from the inside that sounds good. But
what I was going to say is extraordinary about you is that you're able to do the graphics, as well as the book formatting, as well as the writing and the editing. You can do it all. So that's a wonderful skill to have. And I think as more self-published authors come into being able to produce their own work, this technique of AI, the strategy of AI, along with the idea of publishing your own work, will allow you to forego the traditional way of getting your work published. And I think it's really a game changer for many authors. So think about that.
I'm still on the fence about AI, Judy.
Well, AI is very scary, but you can use it for good things. And just like the way we learned how to embrace the internet, that's going to be the way that we have to learn how to embrace AI. There's the good, the bad, and the ugly in everything, and you have to find the good.
And honestly, just like the Industrial Revolution was intimidating to some, because everything was done by manpower and by hand, AI is the next phase of the Industrial Revolution. So we might as well get used to it and figure out how to use it with integrity. And that's going to be a challenge. But right now, I don't even want to think about AI anymore.
Okay, no AI.
Beautiful prose you have and a gift to treasure.
Thank you. Right. This book, A Gift to Treasure, is about a young girl who becomes groomed and sex trafficked in a small town, a predominantly African-American town that I created called Jewel Park, New York. It's a town in upstate New York. And it is a pretty upper middle class town where, families are very tight, and the community it's a proud community. But within this community, there are a group of new people who have moved in, who have started some business that is fraudulent, particularly with medical insurance, as well as sex trafficking. I'll read a passage from that book. In this scene, the narrator is awakened by her best friend. She's awakened by her best friend, and she really is not happy about it. It's July 4th, and her husband, they're newlyweds, and they want to be able to enjoy the work that goes on in their lives with their community. And she's been awakened, and she's not happy about it. The July night was cold. 15 minutes before midnight, on one of the hottest Saturday evenings of my life, my sister-in-law, Camille Hawthorne, interrupted the chocolate kisses my husband was putting all over my body. I just couldn't understand it. I was about to wake up giggling just when I heard my favorite Oscar Peterson classic, Perdido, interrupt my sleep. My husband, Harold Hawthorne, who was Camille's brother, was out helping his uncle, Michael Hawthorne, celebrate his 50th birthday. Camille and I celebrated the beginning of the summer weekend filled with promises of quiet time, family time, and a spa day at Jewel Park, New York's Brown Sugar Aromatherapy Emporium. That was our tradition for more than 20 years. After all of that carrying on, though, I left the spa early to enjoy some quiet time and to get some well-deserved rest before those firecrackers went off again at midnight. I wondered why people couldn't, wait until the actual holiday to do that nonsense. I never got much pleasure out of celebrating the 4th of July anyway. I stopped elaborating on why I felt this way 16 years ago when I became a history teacher. Irritated and half awake, I turned down the volume on my Android to stop Perdido from playing and Camille from yelling into my ear. I told her, "Girlfriend, calm down. How's the party over there at the Blue Zephyr Club? And what do you want, girl?" Camille took a sip of something, smacked her lips, and told me, "For you to come on over here to the supper club, it's off the hook, girl. Wish you were here. You need to get your big booty over here and grab my brother. That Evelyn Emery woman is all over your man," whispering into his ear. "Your family done got way too friendly with that woman." Harold's trying to look cool and pretend he's not paying her any attention. That woman's 85 and got a better shape than mine. And I'm only 38. Don't know why she's here grooving with the common people anyway with her old bougie self. "Well, what you doing?" I yawned and told her, "I do not have a big booty, Camille." "Okay, well, them big old boobs sure make up for that, I guess." I smiled. She was right. I told her I was sleeping. "You woke me up from a beautiful dream. Now, what in the world are you talking about? And what do you mean Harold's been drinking? What are you drinking? Why are you asleep while your man is over here clubbing at the time of night that I can't understand? Why are they out having a party like this with that woman all over him?" Camille wasn't listening to me. My friend was drunk. I told Camille, "My husband is 42. Believe me, he is not interested." She said, "See, I can do that. I'm single." Girl, another half-dressed woman, my complexion with too much blonde hair for her body, is sitting at the table with your husband. And she is showing him all kinds of stuff on her phone. Bet she's trying to get his number too, because your sweetie keeps saying, no way. Now, I've been watching her. Some other man is with her too, kind of important looking. And Uncle Michael's just sitting there salivating over her too. Who is that? She's about my age, but probably older. She's leaving with that important looking man, a good written slut. Sighed. I do hope no one heard Camille. I'm sure she got some nasty looks though. I was not concerned about some woman getting my husband's number. That man loves me. I enjoyed reading that, but the book takes a deeper turn because this particular woman gets into a horrible scene where she and her husband are shot at. And as a result of being shot at, they discovered that the person who did the shooting was a teenager.
Wow.
And she begins to find out about this teenager's life and the fact that this teenager has had a lot of issues with a few of the men in the family that she's from.
Oh
So
no! So let me stop you there, because this is a full body, powerful story, and you've written it to perfection with your expertise.
Thank you.
Grateful for you sharing it with us, and I want to know, can readers go to your website and get an autographed copy from you directly?
Yes, they can. My website is blessed, BLESSED, Brown, BROWN, one word, www.blessedbrown.com. And I also have a blog on there. You can purchase the book through your favorite bookstore, including Amazon and Kindle. And the books are this book, the book that I first read, An Ocean of Jewels, is $17.95. The second book, A Gift to Treasure, is $21.95. And I've also written a third book, which was written during the pandemic, the height of the pandemic, which was in May of 2020 when I published it. And this is a book of poetry.
Now, Judy, can you please let us know how we can connect with you on social media, so that before we signed off, we can get as many people to follow you as possible, so that we can stay on top of all that you're doing. We know where you're going to be reading and performing and having these book events, because we want to be there right with you. We want to be there buying your books and seeing you read your books, because your work is phenomenal.
Well, thank you, Eartha. You could reach me on Facebook. I'm really on Facebook, Instagram, and Threads, and you can just type in my name, Judy C. Andrews, and you'll be able to reach me.
Thank you so much, Judy C. Andrews. You're phenomenal. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you so much. God bless you, and this is a wonderful, wonderful platform.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Judy. Wow. Only thing I needed for that was a cup of coffee. So I wish I had a cup of coffee and I could just sit and just listen to her read, because she is absolutely wonderful and her writing is just breathtaking. Okay, the mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Now, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App, which is the QR code is in the corner of the screen. You can use the QR code to take you directly to Cash App. And if you have trouble, accessing the QR code, you can also, enter into the Cash App search window, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So if you feel comfortable donating $2, we'll take $2. Feel comfortable donating $11, we'll take $11. And if you're enjoying any part of this experience, if you see anything on here that benefits your life, please circle back with a $10 donation, because that goes to help the next generation of students do all that they can to achieve all that they can. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to please donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank those who sponsor us right now and who are our sponsors for February of 2024. And that's NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Suppliers Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Common, Earth Essentials, Milane Shanae Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Eartha Watts Hicks. I am a PR writer and affiliate for blackpr.com. I am the CEO of Eartha Tone Books. I am also a member of the Harlem Writers Guild, 15 years and counting, and I'm also executive editor at Harlem World Magazine, and I am your moderator on the Black Business Network's Black Literary Olympics. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now, our next speaker is Brian W. Smith. Now, Brian W. Smith is one of the most accomplished writers, authors that I have the pleasure of meeting. And actually, I met Mr. Brian W. Smith. I've known him for years on Facebook. And one thing about my own knowledge of him is he's the one person that I would always refer when someone is looking for the assistance of a ghostwriter, because he's absolutely brilliant. And now that I get a chance to kind of review his credentials and his actual bio, he's more brilliant than I even knew he was. He's an award-winning best-selling author of 40 plus novels and short stories. He's on the best-selling list for the Dallas Morning News, Amazon, Target, Black Expressions, and others. He's ghostwritten over a dozen memoirs and novels for other authors. He's written screenplays for multiple motion pictures. He's a writer on multiple television shows, and he's also signed to a major publishing house. And I'll let him reveal those details if he so chooses. Now, Brian W. Smith, welcome. Hello.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. How are you today?
I'm fine, Eartha. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us in conversation on your work and letting us know about you. And I'm impressed with everything you do, from being an adjunct professor on writing and creative writing, teaching the younger folks and those who are eager and enthusiastic about learning how to write. You teach those people as well as those people who need your assistance. You assist them as well. So you do it all, and that's wonderful that you share in your talent in that way. And I think that is not only wonderful, it's remarkable, phenomenal, and unusual.
Yeah.
So thank you for taking this time to have conversation with us about your work, what has inspired you, what has kept you going, what has kept you inspired, and which has kept you on the course. And if you're open to reading some pages, I would love to hear some pages.
Okay, all right. We get to that, no problem. I got something lined up. Are you saying you want that now?
Well, before we get into you reading pages, I would like to find out how you got started to begin with, because writing is a strange passion. I'm gonna say it that way. It's a strange passion, and those who are not writers may not really understand how we condense ourselves, and we take our private time and we do what we do in solitude. So being that it's very solitary work, and you have a passion for it, and you have a gift at it, what led you to that place?
Life. I'm one of those people who stumbled into this. I was never someone who, you hear these stories about people who knew they were going to be a writer when they were kids. That is not me. I didn't write my first book until I was 36 years old, 20 years ago, 34 years old, 20 years ago. And I stumbled into it. At the time, I was doing the corporate America thing. And I found out that my 17-year-old daughter that I was raising, co-parenting with an ex-girlfriend, I found out that at the age of 17, I found out that she was not my biological child.
Oh, man.
Via DNA test. So to make a very long story short, I had one of two options. One of the options was to do something that would land me in jail, which I didn't want to do. And the other was to vent on paper. So I did. I wrote a book about it. The book became a bestseller. At the same time, I was finishing my MBA and doing my research on the industry and decided to open my own publishing company.
Can I stop you real quick? Quick. What is the name of that book so I can buy it and read it?
The book is called Mama's Lies, Daddy's Pain.
Oh, gosh.
Mama's Lies, Daddy's Pain. Semi-autobiographical. Names have been changed to protect the innocent, etc. So I wrote that book. The book became a bestseller. And because I was finishing up at grad school, my MBA program, I was knee deep into and accustomed to researching stuff in businesses and industries, etc. And I did enough homework on the literary industry to realize that I can get a better return on my investment if I put the book out myself. Then the light bulb came on and I decided to open my own publishing house and I started publishing other people. So I did that. And in 2009, this was in 2005 when the book came out. 2009, I still had my daytime corporate job. You know, I was making good money, doing the six-figure thing and just had the corporate job, the corner office, etc. And in 2009, when the recession hit, I got laid off unexpectedly. And I just decided at that point, because of the tacky way it was done, Eartha, I became bitter and angry. And I decided that I found out the day I got laid off that I was being laid off. I thought I was going to a budget meeting, and I walked in the room, and basically I was given my severance package. And I just thought it was cold, heartless. Six-figure jobs don't grow on trees. So you can imagine my entire life financially, emotionally was turned upside down. But what they didn't know was at the same time that it happened, I also had a book on the Dallas Morning News bestseller list, and I ran a publishing company by night. And so what I did was I decided at that point that I would invest all of my time, effort, energy, education, etc., into running my own business and building my own empire. And I never went back to work for anyone.
Now, question. What aspect of corporate were you? Were you marketing? Were you finance? Like what end of it were you?
I was in corporate security. I was the director of security and emergency management safety for North America for a Fortune 500 company.
Wow. And also, what aspect also, darn, I forgot my other question. Okay. Let me let you continue because I forgot my question. I'll raise my hand again when I remember it.
It'll come back to you. That's what usually happens. It'll come back to you. But make a very long story short, I decided to pour all that energy into my own thing. And that's what I started doing. Started writing books and publishing books for other people. I had a small little boutique publishing house. At the time we were open from 2005 to 2010, when I closed the company, probably put out a dozen books for myself and other people. And that question came back to you, didn't it?
So it did.
Go ahead.
Your MBA. Now, what was your MBA in?
Business administration.
Okay, business administration. Now, did you have an MFA?
Finishing up now, yes. I didn't have it at the time, but I'm doing it now. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm learning that sometimes life experience is just as rich as an MFA. And when you're actually immersed in the publishing world and actually immersed in the process of writing a novel or a memoir or full-length work, that really is an MFA to a certain degree, and they really should kind of give us some kind of life credit towards that. So those institutions.
Yeah, I mean, but there's no money in life credits.
Yeah, that's
the MBA talking to you right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
For businesses, look, we have to understand their primary goal for any business is to make money.
That's
Just
true.
like there's no money in the cure for many of our ailments.
Mm-hmm.
There's no money in giving free courses for life experience.
Exactly.
So if you understand it, look, we're in a capitalist society, and when you embrace and understand that, you become less mad when you see companies do what they do. Their job is not to correct societal ills. Their job is to make money.
You're right. I can't even argue with that. I honestly can't.
Yeah.
That's spot on.
So,
Well, my next question though is how many books have you written? And please tell us about your journey.
I've written,
you're
I've
ready.
written 40 novels. I've written 40 novels. It's interesting because my 40th novel came out on Christmas, this past Christmas. So I am I'm a classic example, Eartha, of how God can take your worst pain and turn it into your biggest blessing.
Wow.
Because that was painful to find out when I found out, which is what caused me out of anger. It was cathartic. It was therapeutic for me to write that book. But that book led to a second book. I took the profits from that first book and opened a publishing house. And 6 or 7 books later, as it was 2011 to be exact, I signed my first deal with Simon & Schuster.
Simon & Schuster.
Yeah.
That's I'm going to say this, not too many authors go from indie published to Simon & Schuster, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Congratulations on 40 completed works published.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that. Because there are some of us who still have the manuscripts collecting dust in a drawer. So the fact that you can take it from chapter 1 all the way to your final page is remarkable. Just the drive and consistency in completing the work, takes.
You know what? You have to be intrinsically motivated. And I've always been that kind of, maybe it's the former Army sergeant in me. I spent 10 years in the Army. So I have very little patience for procrastinators. Slow feet don't eat. So, while you're dragging your feet doing something, other people are making moves. But my ability to write consistently and to try to be prolific is the byproduct, quite frankly, of me not wanting to go back and get a regular job. And I look at it like this: after spending several years in corporate America and playing that suit and tie dance and doing, playing the game, I look at it like this. God never makes mistakes. So I understand now that being let go from that job was probably God's way of removing my safety net, because the perks that came with that job, Eartha, and the money I was making, I probably would have never quit. So God has a way of pushing you out the nest so that you can fly, right? So that happened to me. I get it. I understand it now. I embrace it. And what I've learned over the years is that if God is going to bless me as a writer to be able to sustain and live without having to go get a traditional 9-to-5, I'm not saying it's always been a bed of roses. There have been ebbs and flows. But the fact of the matter is that I am still sustained. I'm still blessed. Bills are still paid. I can still take vacations. I can still live life and not have to go and get another job. That is a blessing. So who am I to not take advantage of it by writing consistently? There are people out there with 9-to-5s that wish they could be full-time writers. So I think that it would be an affront to God to not take advantage of the time he's given me to write, which is why I'm always cranking out books. If I feel like to not do that would be discarding my blessing.
Amen. I'm going to make a suggestion, and you can accept it, think about it, set it aside for later, but please consider it. I would love to own and read a motivational book from you for writers who are talented but just have trouble keeping their butts in the seat and taking it from page one to the final page. I love just how you speak on being consistent, being determined, being focused, and remaining focused. And
Well, it's interesting you should say that because I did write a motivational book last year. It's called Adapt and Overcome. My life journey, or lessons I learned on my journey from Holly Grove to Hollywood. Adapt and overcome. And what I did was I took lessons that I learned from my journey because what I haven't announced, and I have no problem announcing it is what it is, that I'm a cancer survivor. So I've learned a lot during my 54 years, and I infused all of that stuff. The book is designed to be a motivational tool, not just for writers, but for anyone. It's called Adapt and Overcome. And I speak about being laid off. I speak about finding out that my child is not mine biologically. I stress and emphasize biologically because my daughter and I are still tight 20 years after the discovery. That hasn't changed. So the point I'm trying to make is, in response to your comment, thank you for that. Thank you for the compliment. But there's also a book that I put out last fall called Adapt and Overcome. You can find it on Amazon by Brian W. Smith. It's on Amazon right now in both ebook and paperback.
Great. I'm definitely going to look up both of those books. So that's Mama's Lies, Daddy's Pain, and Adapt and Overcome. Now, I know, I'm going to say this. I've encountered several writers that have always come to me and said, hey, can you write my memoir? Can you write my life story? I need a ghostwriter. And for years and years and years, because Love Changes took me 12 plus years to write and publish, I didn't feel I could sit in the dedicated space to someone else's concept and idea. You know, because my own novel took me forever. I didn't have forever to give to someone else to complete the work. So people would ask me who to recommend as a ghostwriter, and I will always point them in your direction as my first choice. Before I mention any other name, I would say Brian W. Smith. And I would say, if you can't afford Brian W. Smith, here's a couple other options. But Brian W. Smith is the person you should go to. Now, the funny thing about that is most people who have your skill set are not willing to sit in the seat to create a work for someone else. So when I recommend your work to other people and they don't take advantage of that opportunity, I take that as a little zing. But I know I've learned I can't internalize what other people decide. But but I do understand that for you to take on someone else's vision to create a work for them using your time, your skill set is providing an opportunity for them. So I want to, say thank you for doing that. Thank you for the integrity for which you do it and the commitment for which you do it, in addition to all the other things that you do.
Thank you. I'm going to be honest with you, Eartha. The reason I probably ghostwrite, depending on my schedule, on average, I'll say 4 books a year. Sometimes it's 5. It just depends. But I'll ghostwrite a couple of memoirs. I just finished ghostwriting 2 novels. The reason why I do it, and I appreciate the compliment, the reason why I do it is because I look at it like this. Most people, most of us, we pray before we embark upon some journey. Most people pray about it, especially in the Black community, because it's ingrained in us. So if someone knocks on my door, sends me an email, a DM, etc., inquiring about me ghostwriting their book, I look at it as God using me to fulfill their prayer. that in itself is an honor and a blessing. So I tell all of my clients, I'm doing this for you, but make no mistake about it. You have no reason to question or worry whether or not I'm going to finish this project, because I understand that although I'm writing this book for you, this is much bigger than you. God has saw fit to use me to grant your blessing. So I'm more concerned about ticking off God than you.
Amen.
And that's why I can say confidently that I finish every project and I finish on time.
Wow. Wow, that's amazing.
So that's that. Once again, at this stage in my life, I understand, and I like to think that I have the ability to identify God's blessings. Yes, He has blessed me with the ability to have success as an individual novelist and a business owner. But when God sends someone to me whom I've never met and they're inquiring about me writing their book, I look up and I say, thank you, God. You saw fit. There's so many people out there that person could have been directed to. God saw fit to send them to me.
Amen.
So yeah, that's how I look at it. And that's kind of how that's kind of how I tackle ghostwriting. It is not a burden, it's a blessing.
Amen. Wow.
I didn't mean to throw you off, or that. I mean, that's just how I feel about the process, And I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I number one, I'm blown away every time I run into someone that's either as passionate about books and writing as I am, or more passionate about books and writing than I am. So in this case, you're more passionate, and I'm like, woo. I'm blown away, and it's.
I wish more of us were more passionate. I teach creative writing. I used to teach at 2 colleges here in the Dallas area, but now it's just one. And now it's just one. But I've been teaching since 2012. Remember, I told you I got laid off and I was writing books or whatever. But at some point, the severance package I got laid off in 2009. By 2011, I was ready to go back to work. And one day, this brochure comes to my house, and it's for the local community college. And I'm just thumbing through it. I saw they had creative writing class. I was like, this is interesting. So I flipped through it, and I'm looking at the credentials of the professors, and I'm thinking, I got more education and more writing experience than every last one of these people. So I contacted the school and told the director over the program that I was considering attending your classes, but I see that there are classes that don't exist. And as someone who has been in the field at this point, I guess I had been in the field about 6-7 years, I see that there are classes that aspiring authors really need. So I proposed the syllabus, and to make a very long story short, that was in 2012, and I've been teaching creative writing at that school ever since. And interestingly enough, those professors that I saw, whom I felt I was more qualified than, whose faces and bios were in that catalog, every time they retired, I assumed their classes that they took.
Wow.
So before you know it, I was teaching 4 or 5 classes, only the 2 original that I proposed, and 3 classes that I absorbed, because I would go to them and say, hey, before you hire someone else, I could teach that class. And before you know it, yeah, I'm a hustler. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I understand it. Okay, economically, I just that's what that MBA kicked in again. You guys can go hire X amount of people at X amount of dollars an hour, or you can let me do the classes for a lower fee, and it's a win-win all around. And for the last 12 years at Collin College here in the Dallas area, which is a network of colleges, community colleges with almost 30,000 students, 5 campuses. I teach in the continuing education program, and I'm the only professor out of all 5 campuses that teaches creative writing and screenwriting, because I write movies as well.
Question. I got to ask this. I have to ask this. Do they offer online classes?
Not now. The only time they did was during the pandemic. During the pandemic, we were all forced to teach from. That's when I got introduced to Zoom and these other things, because we were forced to teach our classes via online. But I've been told recently that they're looking to expand, and I think within the next 12 months, you know, there may be an opportunity to take my classes from long distance.
I mean, because I'm in New York and I've visited Dallas maybe twice. So if there's a way I could take one of your classes from New York, that's something that I will look into, especially if I'm recommending it to someone else who's an aspiring writer. I've learned that even as a writer who's been writing for 20 plus years, sometimes you need to take a class just to refresh.
Let me tell you something. It is one of my biggest pet peeves, quite frankly, with African American authors. I taught last night. My class had 15 people in it, right? And that's actually a small class. Pre-pandemic, my classes averaged 20-something students every class, right? It's coming back up, post-pandemic. Over the 12 years that I've taught there, this is no exaggeration, maybe 5% of my students were Black. I find that so bothersome, because every time I turn around, some new Black author is out there putting out a book that's poorly written, poorly edited, and just etc. Right? And it just drives me crazy, because non-Blacks are investing in learning the craft before they jump out there. And we just jump out there, and it drives me crazy. The thing I tell all aspiring authors, and I'll say it to your audience, look, I often ask, whenever I go to a writing group and speaking to a young writer, a bunch of writers, I'll ask, so when I find out that they aren't taking creative writing classes, I'll ask how many people in the audience thought that Whitney Houston had a beautiful voice, and inevitably everyone will raise their hand. And I will say, you know what she had when she wasn't singing? When she's off stage and she's prepping, do you know what she works with? A voice coach. So even Whitney Houston had a voice coach, right? Tiger Woods is an amazing golfer. He has a coach. So why do you think you can step out here into this literary world without ever having to take any classes? It makes no sense. I tell them all the time, I've driven a lot of cars during my 54 years. That doesn't make me a mechanic.
No, it doesn't.
So you need to learn and study your craft before you jump out there into the water. What ends up happening is the books are poorly written, they get poorly reviewed, people get discouraged, and they're tapping out before the third book. And most of it is a self-inflicted wound.
Right. And can I add something to that?
Go ahead.
Bookstores and people in the literary realm, right, outside of our community, but in the broader scope of literature, they assume every independently published book is poorly written based on all the books out here with great covers that are poorly written.
Yeah.
So some of us are even barred from opportunities to access, grants and monies and whatever, because they won't even give us a chance, because the assumption is the writing is bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, as with every stereotype, there's a grain of truth.
Right.
I want to be very, very clear. I am not suggesting that people who self-publish can't write good books. I started out independently published, right? And quite frankly, from a business model standpoint, if you ask me, the businessman, since I've had my foot in both worlds, I'm still technically, you go on Simon & Schuster website right now, you see my ugly mug, right? So I've been signed to a major since 2011. And I've also put out independent books. And from a return on investment, ROI, cost benefit, it's always better to put out your own work.
Right.
You maintain creative control. There are all these business benefits to being your own boss and doing your own thing. However, there is an assumption that you're not doing it right. And oftentimes, as with many stereotypes in this world, we perpetuate them.
Right.
So that's just a fact. And, you know, I own a company that adapts novels to screenplays. And dealing with these producers out here in this movie making world, they're going to Amazon and all these places and they're reading reviews about your books too. It's happened to me. No one is about to spend six figures to adapt the book into a movie when they do the research on the actual book that the movie's being created from and find that it's poorly reviewed. And then those reviews are littered with commentary about the writing. So there is a domino effect.
Right. And honestly, I have to mention this too. I'm starting to see great works with poor reviews out of sabotage or attempted sabotage. So there are a lot of gifted authors in the gifted space who are facing that as well. So if you notice and you know a work is of quality, I'm saying this not to you, but to audiences who are watching, if you know a work is of quality, you've read a chapter or two and you can say, hey, this review that says it's poorly written is lying, then please leave a review and say, hey, this is exceptionally written, and these reviews that are saying it's poorly written are not true, especially if that's something that you can assess and identify for yourself. So I just wanted to bring that out there. Also too, I'm gonna ask you a few more questions, but we're running out of time, so I just want to make sure. I have to ask you, because all of us who, maybe not all of us, some of us, including myself, who've written novels, have this vision or passion of seeing our work brought to the big screen, right? So did you foresee any of your novels making it to the big screen? Let me ask that's number one. And number two, how did it feel seeing your novel on the big screen?
Yeah, I mean, that was, you know, I tell people all the time, I'm not a writer who owns a business. I'm a businessman who happens to write. So for me, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. And I'll say that to literary purists, people who, you know, they're so authorly and so literary, and they just, you know, they just get so caught up in, and I just laugh at them, right? Because I understand the business of writing. I don't care how many writing groups you belong to and how many eccentric and eclectic authors you can name and you have tea with, and how, you know, here's the business. You don't move units, you don't have a deal. You don't move units, you will have a garage full of books that you can't sell. So I tell all authors, I encourage you to study and learn the craft. However, comma, you better learn how to sell a book too.
Let me jump in on that. Because I'm one
And
of those authors.
I'm going somewhere with that, and that's leading up to.
No. Forget what I was getting ready to say. Please say what you was going to say.
Let me just say this.
Mm-hmm.
So that's important. Understanding the business of writing. You asked me, did I ever envision it? With that thought process in the background, when I started writing books, I remember saying to myself, I need to learn how to write screenplays, because at some point I want to see my books on the big screen, and I don't want to have to turn it over to some Hollywood writers to adapt my own novels. So what ended up happening is, you know, life is something. The pandemic, fast forward all these years later, I'm about 15 years into my career, and the pandemic hits. And I remember thinking to myself, we're trapped in the house. Now is the time to do it. So I embarked on this mission because I believe faith is the evidence of things unseen. So I just started writing. One day I was watching some movie, and I remember looking at the screen and saw adapted from a novel by whatever. And I remember thinking to myself, one day I'm going to see my stuff adapted. So during the pandemic, I just started writing the screenplays. I purchased the software to write a screenplay, and I just started adapting my books. Each month I would adapt one of my novels. This was in 2000. In 2000, By the end of 2000, I have all these novels, and I sold one. I sold one to a producer. Then, once again, the business kicks in. And I thought to myself, how many authors out there like Eartha Hicks would love to see their work on the big screen? But quite frankly, they're still trying to learn the craft of writing books. Learning the craft of writing a screenplay is a whole nother skill set. Brian, you're blessed to be able to do both. There's a business opportunity. So I opened a company called the Script Repository, TSR. You guys can go out there and find it. It's www.scriptrepository.com, scriptrepository.com. And my company adapts authors' novels to screenplays. And not only do I adapt the novel to the screenplay, but I write the treatment, which is the pitch. It's the pitch product you need to send to producers. You don't send producers your actual screenplay. You send them the treatment, which is a summary of your script. And as a part of my service, I also provide each client at the end of the project, I provide them with a list of 50 producers that they can pitch their screenplay to. And I guarantee that the screenplay will be done in 90 days. And in December of 2000, I opened the company after having sold my first screenplay of my own novel. And since that time, we've been in business now 3 years. This past December made the third year. And we've adapted almost 40 novels to screenplays for other authors.
Wow.
And thank you. I've since sold four of my books have been adapted to screenplays and sold. My character, I write a mystery series called the Sleepy Carter Mysteries. And this past year, the character from that book appeared in a movie that I co-wrote, sort of made a cameo appearance called Premonition. The movie's called Premonition. And the legendary Black actor Bill Duke, you may remember him from everything from Terminator to Menace to Society. Bill Duke, all the way back to Car Wash. Bill Duke played my Sleepy Carter character in the movie. Another one of my books that I adapted during the pandemic, during that boredom and that I need to stay busy while the world is shut down period. One of the scripts that I wrote, I sold, and we go into production. It gets turned into a motion picture this summer. So if you are an author out there and you are looking to have your novel adapted to a screenplay and you want it done correctly and you need it done in 90 days and you need to know how to pitch it and you need, get this at Eartha, you need a monthly payment plan so that you won't go broke trying to do this, then you need to contact me. Go to www.scriptrepository.com, click on the Contact Us page, the tab on there. And once you click on that tab, there is a box that comes up where you can give the details of your book. Their prompts, they're telling you what we need to know. You write into the box, press send, the email comes directly to me, and within 48 hours, we'll be on the phone talking about your project.
All right. Now, please, real quick, remind us how we could connect with you on social media and your primary website.
Primary website is www.authorbrianwsmith.com. On social media, type in Brian W. Smith. Make sure you put the W out there. My parents are deceased, but I'm still mad at them for giving me such a generic name. I need you to put the W. I need you to put that W in there, else you won't find me. Brian W. Smith. I'm out there. And yeah, you can find me if you're looking to have something ghostwritten or if you're looking to have your novel adapted to a screenplay. And I can't let you go, Eartha, without saying this. part of, I learned in my MBA, I don't remember much from my MBA program, but the things that I do remember have helped me. And what I learned is the best business opportunities are when you can provide a service that fills a need, cost-effective, and timely. And I think that everything came together when I created the script repository, because simultaneously, the world opened up and all these streaming networks kicked in.
Amen.
There's never been a time for Black writers, better time to get your work onto one of these streaming platforms, whether it be Hulu, Amazon, Netflix, etc. They are running 24 hours a day, folks. And when you run 24 hours a day, you need content. There's never been a better opportunity for writers to get their books adapted to screenplays. I don't know how long this window is going to stay open, but it's open now. And as I stated at the beginning of our interview, slow feet don't eat.
That's right. You're right.
So now's the time to take advantage of it, and I'm here for you.
Thank you, Brian. You have a wonderful day, and thank you for taking the time to have this conversation. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Sounds good, Eartha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.fivestarbdm.com today to learn more.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. Thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons that I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, And I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Having a brand that resonates with so many people across the world is truly a phenomenon. But being the face of that brand that empowers people is something that I don't take for granted. It's actually way bigger than me. But it's when I hear those stories of what people had to overcome, that is what our brand is about. Resilience, persevering, and not giving up. Physically, mentally, or spiritually.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am black business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations, welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Eartha Watts Hicks. I am the CEO of Earthatone Enterprises and Earthatone Books. I am executive editor at Harlem World Magazine. I am also a longtime and proud member of the Harlem Writers Guild. And I am your business moderator for the Black Business Network's Black Literary Olympics. Now, the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over, speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now, today with the Black Literary Olympics, we are here to share our passion on books, literature, the creation and publishing of Black books. And we're in conversation today with Brian W. Smith, who's an accomplished author, adjunct professor, ghostwriter of multiple titles. And we're also in conversation with Ms. Judy Andrews, who's a member of the Harlem Writers Guild. She has written 3 very phenomenal books. She's passionate as a writer. She's also a career educator. And we're going to dig into this very difficult topic of book bans. Now, I'm going to defer to Judy first because as an educator with young minds, high school age, my first question is to ask you, how do you feel about these book bans?
Well, the book bans are really horrific because your imagination is what propels you to see the world, and children use their imagination to see their environment, to see how people live. You know, if you can't see it, you can't be it. So when you take a book away from a child, you're taking away the world. You're taking away a global experience that they can go to without leaving their home. And you're taking away their imagination. Book bans are the worst kind of thing you can do because we live in a democracy, in a society that allows us to, you know, have this outlook on what life is really supposed to be about. Mm-hmm. And it's where books show us what the world is like. You can escape in a book. You can go to your favorite place. You can even go to Mars. You can go just about anywhere that your mind will take you when you're reading a book. Right. And for children, that's very important.
Thank you.
It's a way to hold us back rather than put us ahead.
Right. Thank you for that, Judy. Thank you for that, and for those insights from the perspective of an educator, college level educator, Brian W. Smith. First, I would love to hear your feelings on it, and then your thoughts, because I know those are 2 separate and apart issues there. But please tell me how you feel about it and what your thoughts are insofar as what it means.
My feeling is that it's scary. It's saddening, and it's a sign of the times. My thoughts are that we're part to blame. And the reason why I say that is because these decisions are being made by legislators who are allowed to slip into office because we don't vote.
That part. Mm-hmm.
Look, I am not the person to ask the question if you don't want a straight up answer to. There is a doubt for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So when we are apathetic about voting and we don't go to the polls, a certain element is allowed to walk into those offices with little to no resistance. And the first thing they start doing is promoting their agenda. And oftentimes, as it's been since we were brought here to this country, we are at we get the short end of the agenda stick.
Right. And you know what? The piggyback.
And America's and this is all going back to America's original sin, which is slavery.
Right. Right. I agree with you there. I agree with all of what you just said. And I also want to piggyback on that because one thing that we overlook, because a lot of us will say, hey, I voted for my senator. I voted for my congressman. I voted for every single presidential election. But do you vote for the primaries? And do you vote for your school board elections? Do you vote those judges in? These are those elections where the decision-making power comes into play.
Right.
If we're not paying attention to the school board elections, then we're not paying attention to what the curriculum is.
All these changes, they start at the local level.
Right.
They start at the local level. And by the time it gets to the state and federal level, those decisions are being made to provide cover for movements that started at the grassroots.
Right. And I have to say this, and I know Judy can attest to this. A lot of us, and this is just from the perspective of a mom. I was a mom of two. It is difficult to go to those school board meetings, your PTA meetings. If you got to work, pay the bills, pay the babysitter, pay the after school program, and then work overtime. How can you make time for your PTA meeting? But you got to know what's going on in your school. Your PTA meetings are important if you're a parent. And then you also got to vote for your school board elections, because what happens is these are the spaces where teachers need the support. These are the spaces where teachers are sharing what the disparities are. And if we're not in these meetings and in these settings, we're not going to know what's going on or know what to do about it. Or we're not even going to know who the candidates are when they are on the ballot. So
let me I don't want to hijack. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to sit back, and I'm going to let Miss Judy speak her piece. But I just got to say this. I'm listening to you talking, and I know what the conversation is about, but I just think I've learned in life that we have symptoms and we have ailments.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And as with any ailment, if you had the flu, the symptoms are everything from vomiting to nauseous to headaches to chills. You can treat the symptoms. Those are the symptoms. But if you're not treating the core, the cause of the symptoms, which is the ailment, then they're going to come right back. And when I see what's going on with the book banning, to me, that is just a symptom. Our core ailment is that we don't prioritize reading. Mm-hmm. Because if we prioritize reading, then we will be more passionate about not letting outside entities wipe out our history. Mm-hmm. But right now, unfortunately, we're living in an environment where reading is probably 10th on the entertainment totem pole, mm-hmm. behind everything from Instagram to Hulu. So as a result, it's easy for people to pass legislation and make moves to wipe out our history, which is in books, because quite frankly, we're too busy watching Instagram to pay attention.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think that, the the media as well as social media has impacted the way children approach books and look at books. But I also believe that it begins with the parents.
That's right.
If you're a parent, you should be reading to your child. I mean, I shouldn't be talking about this because I have no children, but I was a teacher for
That's
many
okay.
years.
That's okay.
And you need to establish a routine where your child can find something that interests them, where they can go to the library. I rarely see parents when I have 2 library cards because I take out my books now from the library instead of buying them on Amazon because I have nowhere else to put them, or my Kindle. So I don't see a lot of, from my own experience, a lot of by people at the.
I'm here in Dallas, Texas, and they got libraries that look like they look like HBCU campuses.
Yes, and they're beautiful places.
They're beautiful place.
places in the
One library about 10 minutes from my house has a full dinosaur that you would find in a museum erected in the middle of the library that moves mechanically. And when I go to the library sometimes just to find a corner to write, this is no exaggeration, 95% of the kids that are walking through there are Asian, Indian, and white.
Yeah, I saw that too. And I just think it's a travesty. And it's not just the library. You have to expose your children. And I'm just speaking from my own teaching experience. You have to expose your children to the museum, to concerts, to cultural events. You have to, I was at the Kwanzaa Festival for down on Wall Street where the museum, the African American Museum is, and, it was not packed. We should have been there, and they opened up the African American Museum to us. And that day, that was the day that we could have been there. And it was nice outside. It wasn't freezing. So we have to, I think, not just parents, the community has to become involved. Go and vote. It's important to vote on the local level. You're voting for your congressman, your senator, you're voting for the community leader, the assembly person, your assembly person. Who is your city representative? Who's going to represent you when your building is falling apart? Who are the people that are going to represent you at your school if you don't have good drinking water? Or if you need more chairs, you don't have enough chairs for your students. These simple little things you can have an input in if you just go to the school in your district where you send your children and vote. Become a part of, who's your librarian? Go to the library in your school district and ask for some books that you and your children read that you'd like to see in the library. There are very minute things that you could read. Back in the day, there were parents that couldn't write their name, that couldn't read, but they still made sure you had an education. They made sure you went to school and that you did your homework and that you got your education. So this book banning, we can stop it. We have the ability to stop it.
We do have the ability, people, but people. There's an old saying I learned when I was in the Army. People respect what you inspect.
Yeah,
they respect what you inspect. We inspect everything from our cell phone bills to why our favorite reality show got snatched off a network. But what we don't inspect are why certain books are being banned. And as a result, they don't respect our opinion on that topic. And as a result, it's easier to get these laws, these movements through. People respect what you inspect. And until we start placing a higher priority on reading, we're not going to inspect it as thoroughly as we need to make sure that it's not vanquished.
Right. And some of our greatest writers are being banned. Toni Morrison's brilliant, the Bluest Eye, about a young girl who's
a book about her that I ever read.
Right. The Bluest Eye. We're banning books about slavery. A Raisin in the Sun is being banned. The Lilies of the Field is being banned because of religious beliefs. They don't believe that, an African American man should be with a group of nuns. It's the wrong message. They're banning books by James Baldwin simply because of his sexual preference. But he wasn't writing about sex. He was writing about the conditions of the American tragic treatment of African American people.
But Miss Judy, I'm going to respectfully push back on that. I'm respectfully try to push back on that. Their desire to ban these books are because of these things. James Baldwin's sexual orientation, the topics covered in Toni Morrison's books, etc. That's their reason, right? That's their motivation for wanting to ban them.
But then they'll have to ban the Bible.
But their ability,
in the Bible.
but their ability to ban these things is because there's no resistance. There's a difference between a desire and the ability. Their desire to ban these things is because it's touching on topics they don't want to address. Their ability to get away with it is because we don't prioritize books enough to make it an issue.
Right. And can I piggyback on that too? Number one, they're banning books that are on the New York Times bestsellers list, right? Books that are rich with Black culture and books that are galvanizing us to do something. Like this book here, this book right here, they're trying to ban this one too.
Wow.
You know, Be a Revolution. So it's terrible. The Color Purple, they're banning the Color Purple.
Yes, they are.
You know, which book is most disturbing to, besides The Bluest Eye? I know that one bothers all three of us. But what other books are major concerns for you, Brian, first, and then Judy, you know, during this book ban?
That book that you just mentioned, I've seen it before, but I've never read it. The Bluest Eye. When I first heard about the Toni Morrison, that got to me. One of the topics that I teach on is The Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison.
Yes.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right. Of course, my class makeup is 95% white, and 95% of them have never heard of, which is why I've never taken it out of my lecture. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to get this work in my class. You're going to hear about it, right? I heard rumblings of them trying to ban Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison. It had come up. So to answer your question, that's just an example of a book that is relevant some 70 years after its original publication. The book is entitled The Invisible Man. Last week, while in the supermarket waiting in line, this woman stepped in front of me. The opening line to the book is, "I am an invisible man." I had the experience as recently as last week when someone cut me off, stepped in front of me as if I was invisible, which is what Ellison was talking about in that book. So, that's just one, Eartha, but I'll let Judy chime in.
Yeah, I was just going to go down the list.
I try to get hair out my eye. Excuse me, ladies.
Okay.
To Kill a Mockingbird, Of Mice and Men, Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. I don't understand. Looking for Alaska, Lord of the Flies. Although that was not an African American. They're not.
No, it wasn't. Neither was Huckleberry Finn.
The Hate You Give. That book was about police brutality and what happens when a child who's reaching for a brush because he had a habit of combing his hair. The police thought he was reaching for a gun. The Hate You Give. The Story of Ulysses. Catcher in the Rye. But those are just some. Those are not books by African Americans.
No, just last night. My lecture last night.
You can still read them because books don't necessarily have like the colored line.
Right.
But book because you want to learn something new or you want to experience something different or new. So to ban, Nikki Giovanni's books, she's a poet. Why are you banning a book of a poet?
Right. But the thing about those books that are not by Black authors, who are by white authors, they're banning those books, at least in my opinion, because they're about the human experience and
Right.
how we are all connected, interconnected, and we all are basically, different races, so to speak, but we're all human race. So those,
She mentioned of mice and men. So I'm an adjunct professor at a college here, and my lecture last night was on Of Mice and Men by John Steinbeck. And about 2 years ago, I had a student go to the administration at the school and protested me using that book in a lecture.
Whoa.
And word racist and offensive kept coming up. I basically told them, we're going to either use this book or go find somebody else to teach this class. And fortunately, the person that the report was brought to had read Of Mice and Men and appreciated the book, and the complaint went nowhere. But that was my first experience 2 years ago with an attempt by an offended white lady to get something snatched out of the curriculum that she was uncomfortable with. And I suspect it had something to do with the character Crooks in the books, who's the only Black character in the book, who basically has to deal with being treated like the only Black person in that environment, in that era. She was uncomfortable with it. The N-word may be in there once, twice, maybe. But at the end of the day, we're dealing with an era of people who are uncomfortable with whatever topic. They don't want to be exposed to any topic that makes them uncomfortable, regardless of the overarching value of that discussion, because nothing changes in this world without debate and discussion. But it's a lot easier to vanquish something than to address it and deal with it. And that's where all this book banning is coming from. And I just, I'm going to shut up after I say this. I just believe that until I firmly believe, ladies, that all this starts with our own apathy towards reading. Yeah. Because we see how these reality TV, there will be more people protesting the Housewives of Atlanta being snatched off the air than complaining about James Baldwin's book being banned.
Yeah. I used to say every time a new reality show airs, a book dies somewhere.
Oh, I love that. That's a great line.
That is a great line.
That is a great line. Mm-hmm.
Books that have been like Beloved, Song of Solomon. These were teachable books because they opened up discussions. I just finished reading Kwame Alexander's Why Fathers Cry in the Dark. It's a different version. It's for adults, even though he's a children's book author. And he writes about his experiences as an African-American man with a family. What does it mean to have daughters? How do you talk to your daughters? What are some things that you did with your grandmother or mother or father in the family? These are teachable moments for children to look at and to experience. And then you have books that deal with education, just simple, education of the way that people live in other countries, the way people live in Africa as opposed to America, the way that people socialize, cultural beliefs. What is it that is forcing this ban, is what I ask. How did it start? Where in our mind did we believe that it was okay to ban a book that was educational? What makes a book educational?
I have my own theories on that. And my theories on that is, one, readers are usually voters. Mm-hmm. Right? So if we hinder children from being able to have access to books that reflect who they are in society and who they are in positions of empowerment, as in what potential they can strive to, what potential they can reach, because there are examples out here in the community of where they can go. If we cut them off and limit the supply of information to what they can envision and see themselves as, then they're not reading because they don't see books that feature them or look like them or feature characters that look like them. They're not reading, they're not voting. They're not reading books. They're not going to read the newspapers. They're not going to read the newspapers. They're going to be on their tweets or whatever, or what. Not, it's not even Twitter anymore. They only be on TikTok dancing.
Right. Yeah.
So, there's a time and place for everything, but these deeper conversations, these rooms where the decisions are made, if these kids are not reading, they're not going to be in these rooms because they're not going to understand any of it. And that's what what I feel it came on the heels of the voter turnout. It's the same as, the voter suppression. So book bans, voter suppression, to me is all one and the same. That's the way I look at it.
Well, there are a lot of adults that don't read. And it's not just the adults with parents, but there are a lot of adults who would rather watch the movie than read the book. And now in many schools, they're showing many of the movies to get kids to understand the book because they can't read or they don't read well. But I'll tell you a little story. In 2015, I invited Kwame Alexander, which Eartha introduced me to, by the way. I invited Kwame Alexander to the school where I was teaching. He is a renowned, well-respected author. I had a group of students who were pretty much 95% African-American boys, African-American young men. And they were in the special ed program. Many of them didn't even belong in the special ed program. They had problems that had never been addressed. Well, they didn't like to read. They didn't want to read. They would tell me, I don't like reading, it's boring. Well, when Mr. Alexander came to the school and I set up an assembly, the principal that I had didn't even know who he was and didn't want to have the competition of being in the presence of another African-American man who he felt was better than him. So he didn't want to pay him. So I paid him out of my own pocket. And when the kids saw the books and saw him and were able to read the books, they were able to read the books. They loved the books. And these were kids who were saying, oh, this is boring. I don't want to read. But once they got an opportunity to read the material and understand it and relate to it, it had to be relatable to them. They love it.
Make sure you see that principal photo of Kwame accepting his Emmy Award.
Yeah, that's right. He accepted. If you read
that petty.
That's right. If you're reading, what is it? Why Fathers Cry in the Dark is the book I'm reading now. Almost finished. He talks about Nikki Giovanni's influence on him.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of appearing with him a few times.
Yeah, so it has to. You have to find ways to get into the system and change it. And one way to do that is to help your children understand what it is that they like to read. Because kids, it would be unusual for children.
I started out reading comic books as a young boy. You get in where you fit in, right? And
right.
I started out reading comic books, and I know people probably roll their eyes at that, but
no, not at all.
I read comic books. That sparked my interest in reading. And of course, as I got older and became an adult, I gravitated to nonfiction. Ironically, I write fiction for a living. But the point my introduction to reading was my mother buying me a comic book every time she went to the store. They were only like $1.50 back then, right? I'm ancient, but you get my point.
Yeah.
Right. Now let me interject on that, because I started reading the Sunday papers when I was about 3 or 4. Right.
You could just spread the paper out of the.
I would spread it out, and then I would start reading the ones with the big words, because I learned at a younger age, the bigger the word, the easier it was to read. So I would start at Family Circle, and the last thing I would read would be Doonesbury.
Oh, I love that.
I remember Doonesbury.
But I wanted to mention 2 things. One, in in Philadelphia, they do the Black Children's Book Expo convention that they do there. And I've never seen so many parents and children in one space buying books in my whole entire life. So shout out to Vanessa Lloyd, and also Troy from AALBC for organizing that event. It was phenomenal. But here in New York, at the Schaumburg, the Black Comic Festival, the Black Comic-Con, that is like one of the biggest book gatherings that I see these young people at, because they're lining up to buy Black comic books with Black comic book characters, and it becomes a cosplay kind of thing. So so they're interested in that. They're interested in the images and what we bring into the Black superhero space. But when it comes to literature and the I'm going to call it the nourishment of the brain, because I can't think of anything better than to say it that way, because we're nourished by the reading that we choose. When it comes to, educational material, Black history, the Black experience, Black culture in the book, women's fiction, men's fiction, mystery, stuff that's, prose. Those are the books that a lot of people are struggling to read because it's time consuming. And for those audiences, I say, explore the material, even if you have to get an audio book. A lot of us are doing audio books. And if
the audio books are great.
You can do the read back to me feature on a Kindle. You still get the same effect and experience if you have your Kindle read it to you as if you buy an audio book. These books are stories that are written by Black people for Black audiences, so that Black audiences can learn about the nuances of the Black experience, because what we experience in our own lives is not every Black experience. And what we go through tomorrow, somebody else already been through. And it's better if you read it in the book and understood it before you faced it than if you faced it without even having any kind of basis or knowledge, because you never even read about it, heard about it, talked about it, or knew about it. So
I would like to say this, Eartha and Judy. I think, I'm a solutions oriented type person, and I think one solution to conquering this issue of book banning, as Judy said, starts at home. And I would encourage anyone watching this that even if you aren't an avid reader, become a pit bull when it comes to your kids about them reading. As I stated before, I believe people respect what you inspect, and that goes for how we parent as well. I have 2 adult male sons, 30 and 25, and they tease me to this day how every summer they had to write a book report on a book that I chose for them to read. To this day, we laugh about it, right? But the point I'm trying to make is that even if you aren't an avid reader, that doesn't mean that you can't insist that they become. Because what will end up happening is they will develop a passion for reading. Then at some point, they're going to become adults. And, I tell my students, the more you read, the better you speak. And the better you speak, the better you write. It's all relative. They're going to become passionate about reading, and that passion will filter into their everyday lives. And then they will become more passionate at that point about making sure that quality books, quality novels aren't vanquished because a group of people have an issue with it. I don't think that it's the whole, but it is a group of people who have maneuvered and positioned themselves to where they can have an impact. So if you're watching this telecast and feel like you don't know what to do, it really is very simple. As the parent, insist that your kids read 1 book a month. I don't care what that book is. 1 book a month. You will not only see an improvement in their grades, because the more you read, the better you speak, and the better you speak, the better you write. all connected. You not only will you see an immediate impact in their grades, but there is actually a long-term gain in that they will someday become the adults that will be able to stop this movement that's taking place.
Right. And if a book is banned, you can go buy the book. There's some stores, many independent bookstores that will be happy to give you the book.
Well, you can use the same Amazon account that you use to buy that pot.
That's right.
To use that pot and that pot and that carpet sweeper that you're never going to use.
Right.
Go move over to the book tab and buy the book.
And many libraries you can download the library book to your Kindle. The library is free.
Right. Let me add 3 things to this real quick. Number 1, libraries get credit and funding and stay physical entities, sustainable, when we take books out of the library. So that's how they get credit and funding. When people go into the library and withdraw books, they read that data, right? Me, as a parent, I cut the cable at one point, and I cut the cable for a few years, and both my kids had library cards, and we were in the library 3 days a week. So I would say, okay, we're here, take out whatever book you want. And then I would also take movies out, and we would watch them on VHS. So they would get like they little 1 or 2, sorry, it's the truth, but they would get a few hours from the videotapes. And we was in that library several times a week. Also too, number 3, real quick, this book, I had mentioned school board elections because I was one of those parents that, although I was actively keeping after my kids to read, my kids were in Catholic school. So I'm thinking, why am I voting in the school board elections if my kids are in Catholic school? So I was one of those readers who didn't even know anything or not know anything, but did not really understand how important school board elections are, even if my kids are in Catholic school. The curriculum is important because that curriculum is forming and shaping how our children think, and the children in public school and the children in Catholic school eventually will end up in the same place. So don't think that just because your kid is in Catholic school, like I thought, learn from my mistake, just because your kid is in Catholic school, don't think that you don't need to vote in the school board elections and you don't even need to know who the candidates are who are on the ballot. No, these people are important for you to know as well, because this is who's shaping the curriculum. That's number 1. And the reason why I even got that information to begin with is from this book right here, Be a Revolution, which is like a blueprint of all the major revolutions and the people who started them, including the Me Too movement, all the different movements, and and this one, of course, they're trying to ban it. And I'm seeing some reviews that are not true because I read it twice. So, any final thoughts? Well, no, matter of fact, because a final thought from any of us on anything concerning book bans could be 5 minutes, and we only got 2 minutes. So I want to say, follow Judy on Facebook. www.blessedbrown.com is her website. You can connect with her on Facebook at Judy C. Andrews. She's also on, what's your other favorite platform, Judy?
I use Instagram and Threads.
Instagram.
So far. And LinkedIn. I'm on LinkedIn.
Instagram, LinkedIn, and Threads. You can find her by name, Judy C. Andrews. Professor Brian W. Smith by name. Look for him on his website. I believe it's author Brian W. Smith.
Yes.
author.brianwsmith.com. Look for his books. I'm about to buy both of his books in my slip of paper that I wrote the titles of these books. I wrote it down though, and I don't. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pick this paper up and I'm gonna read these titles. Mama's Lies, Daddy's Pain. I'm getting that book.
Now that book 20. Look,
that's on my reading list.
Wait, what you said? What you said?
I said I'm reading Mama's Lies, Daddy's Pain, and I'm reading Adapt and Overcome, which is your motivational book. And I'm going to be leaving reviews because I know reviews matter.
Now look, Mama's Lies, Daddy's Pain is the first book I ever wrote 20 years ago. So give me some grace. I'm not the writer then that I am today.
You know what? I'm gonna say this real quick because I'm mad at myself. We got so deep into your conversation, I forgot to get an excerpt out of you. So I'm gonna read this book, your first book, and I'm gonna read your last book, so I know your whole trajectory.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with